Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more nightbound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The morning light pressed itself through the diamond-paned windows of St Mary Mead's vicarage with the persistence of a gentle but determined caller. Mrs. Clement paused at the threshold of the guest room, her hand resting on the cool brass doorknob as the scent of yesterday's rain on roses drifted up from the garden below. Something felt displaced. Not wrong exactly, but as if the very air in the room had shifted overnight, leaving behind a curious emptiness that seemed to hum with unspoken questions. The bed had been slept in. That much was clear from the way the covers lay rumpled in a neat approximation of order, as though someone had tried to tidy them but couldn't quite erase the evidence of restless sleep. The single pillow bore the faint impression of a head, and Mrs. Clement found herself wondering what dreams had visited their mysterious guest in the hours before dawn. On the small oak table beside the window, a teacup sat half empty, its delicate porcelain rim stained with the ghost of lips that had sipped Earl Grey while watching the village settle into its evening rhythms. But it was what lay abandoned on the window seat that made Mrs. Clement's breath catch. A single pearl grey glove, soft as morning mist and fine as anything she'd seen in the better shops of Cheltenham. The leather was supple, expensive, the kind that spoke of careful selection and comfortable means. Its mate was nowhere to be found, and somehow this single glove seemed more mysterious than if both had been left behind. It lay there like a question mark rendered in kid leather, asking to be understood. Miss Jane Marple, tending to her garden across the lane, noticed the vicar's wife standing at the guest-room window longer than usual, her normally brisk movements replaced by a stillness that suggested confusion. The morning sun caught the silver threads in Miss Marple's hair as she straightened from examining her prize roses, her pale blue eyes taking in the scene with the quiet attention of someone who had learned that the most interesting stories often began with the smallest disruptions to routine. The village of St Mary Mead existed in that particular rhythm of English country life that had persisted through centuries, where the tolling of church bells marked not just the hours but the very heartbeat of community existence. In 1932, the world beyond might be wrestling with uncertainty and change, but here among the honey-coloured Cotswold stone cottages, life moved with the reassuring predictability of seasons and scripture. Women wore their roles like well-fitted gloves, as wives, mothers, spinsters or widows, each position in the social fabric clearly defined and generally accepted. Men conducted business in London or managed estates, returning home to the comfort of gardens and drawing rooms where conversation flowed like well-brewed tea, warm and familiar. Miss Marple understood these rhythms better than most, having lived among them for decades. She knew that Mrs. Clement's guest room was typically reserved for visiting clergy or the occasional respectable female relative who required country air for her health. The room itself reflected this purpose, modest but comfortable, with chintz curtains that had faded to a pleasant softness and furniture that spoke of quiet respectability rather than luxury. It was not the sort of place where mysterious disappearances occurred, which made the current situation all the more intriguing. The guest had arrived on Tuesday evening, walking up the lane with the measured pace of someone who knew exactly where they were going, but was in no particular hurry to arrive. Miss Marple had glimpsed her through the sitting-room window, a woman of middle years, perhaps 40 or so, dressed in travelling clothes of good quality but unremarkable style. There had been something about her bearing that suggested both confidence and wariness, like a cat crossing unfamiliar territory with dignity and tact but senses alert. Now, on Wednesday morning, that same woman had vanished as quietly as morning mist, leaving behind only that single glove and the lingering scent of lavender water that seemed to cling to the guest room's curtains like a gentle ghost. Mrs. Clement descended the narrow stairs with uncharacteristic heaviness, each step creaking in the particular way that old vicarages do when their inhabitants are troubled. The Reverend Leonard Clement looked up from his morning paper, the Times, delivered faithfully each day by young Jimmy from the village shop, and immediately recognised the expression on his wife's face. In 23 years of marriage he had learned to read her moods like scripture, and this particular look suggested a puzzle that would require careful consideration. "She's gone," Mrs. Clement announced without preamble, settling into her chair at the breakfast table with the decisive motion of someone delivering important news. "Left sometime in the night, I should think. No word, no note, just gone." The vicar folded his newspaper with the careful precision he applied to all things, creating sharp creases that would allow it to lie flat in his study for later reference. "Gone?" he repeated, though his tone suggested he was not entirely surprised. There had been something about their guest's demeanour the previous evening that hinted at transience, as if she were someone accustomed to arriving and departing without leaving much trace of her passage. "Nothing taken from the room, as far as I can tell," Mrs. Clement continued, reaching for the marmalade pot with hands that trembled slightly. "Not from age, for she was barely 50, but from the peculiar unsettlement that comes when familiar patterns are disrupted. Bed slept in, but made afterward in a manner of speaking. Left a glove behind, though, just one, sitting on the window seat as if she'd forgotten it, though I can't imagine how one forgets a single glove through the breakfast room window. They could see Miss Marple moving about her garden, with the deliberate patience of someone who understood that the best observations came to those who appeared to be doing something else entirely. Her movements among the rose bushes seemed casual, but the vicar had lived in St. Mary Mead long enough to recognise that when Miss Marple spent an unusual amount of time gardening near the lane, it generally meant something interesting was happening in the neighbourhood. The morning air carried the usual symphony of village sounds: the distant lowing of cattle from Farmer Giles's fields, the rhythmic chop of Mrs. Price's axe as she dealt, with kindling for her cooking fire, and the cheerful whistle of the postman making his rounds. These were the sounds that had marked mornings in St. Mary Mead for generations, a comforting backdrop against which the drama of human lives played out in whispers and glances, in cups of tea shared over garden gates and conversations that began with talk of weather, but somehow always found their way to more interesting territory. But this morning there was something else in the air, a sense of expectancy, as if the village itself were holding its breath, waiting to see what would unfold. The mysterious guest's departure had created a small ripple in the otherwise smooth surface of daily routine, and ripples, as Miss Marple well knew, had a way of revealing unexpected depths. The clock in the church tower chimed 9 times, its bronze voice rolling across the village green, where early shoppers were beginning to emerge from cottages, armed with baskets and the day's gossip. Mrs. Bantry would soon be making her way to the butcher's shop, where she would undoubtedly inquire about the quality of the morning's mutton, while carefully extracting any interesting information about who had been seen where and when. Colonel Melchett would be taking his constitutional walk around the green, pausing to exchange pleasantries with anyone he encountered, while mentally cataloguing any unusual activity for later discussion at the pub. In the vicarage garden, the roses released their fragrance into the warming air with the generosity of flowers that knew their season was fleeting. Mrs. Clement's prized delphiniums stood tall against the stone wall that separated the vicarage grounds from the lane, their blue spikes catching the morning light like nature's own church spires. The garden was her particular pride, a place where she could exercise control over beauty and growth in ways that her role as a vicar's wife sometimes didn't allow in the more complex realm of human affairs. Miss Marple straightened from her examination of a particularly promising rosebud and allowed her gaze to drift naturally toward the vicarage. She had learned long ago that the most useful information often came not from direct questioning, but from patient observation, from watching how people moved through their familiar spaces when they thought no one was paying attention. This morning, the subtle signs of disturbance were written in the way Mrs. Clement's curtains hung slightly askew, in the unusual pause before the vicar's study window was opened to let in the morning air, in the fact that no smoke yet rose from the kitchen chimney, though breakfast should have been well under way. The pearl-grey glove continued to rest on the guest-room window seat, catching the strengthening sunlight like a small, elegant mystery. It was the sort of detail that Miss Marple found particularly interesting. Not dramatic or obvious, but quietly significant in the way that the most important clues often were. She had observed over the years that people revealed more about themselves in what they left behind than in what they said or did deliberately. A glove, especially a single, expensive glove, told a story about its owner's circumstances, habits, and perhaps even their state of mind. The village of St. Mary Mead was no stranger to mysteries, though they were generally of the genteel variety. Missing jewellery that turned up in unexpected places, romantic entanglements that required delicate handling, or family secrets that needed careful management to preserve everyone's dignity. This was different, though. The very quietness of the woman's departure, the lack of explanation or social courtesy, suggested something more complex than the usual village dramas. As the morning progressed and the sun climbed higher, casting shorter shadows between the cottages, the absence of their mysterious guest began to feel less like a simple departure, and more like a puzzle waiting to be solved. The postman, making his rounds with the cheerful efficiency of someone who knew every resident's habits and preferences, noticed that no letters awaited collection at the vicarage, unusual for a day when a guest might be expected to correspond with family or friends about travel arrangements. In her sitting room, Mrs. Clement found herself returning again and again to the memory of the previous evening's brief conversation with their guest. The woman had been polite but reserved, answering questions about her journey and her comfort with the minimum necessary detail. She had declined the offer of a hot meal, claiming to have eaten during her travels, and had retired early with a book borrowed from the vicar's study, a volume of Wordsworth's poetry that she had selected with the quick decisiveness of someone familiar with literature. She knew what she was looking for, Mrs. Clement murmured to herself, remembering how the woman's fingers had moved along the bookshelf with purpose rather than browsing both in books and, I suspect, in life. The mystery of the disappeared guest and the abandoned glove settled over St. Mary Mead like morning mist, not obscuring the familiar landscape entirely, but adding an element of softness and uncertainty that made everything seem slightly more interesting, slightly more charged with possibility. And in her garden, Miss Marple continued her careful tending of roses, all the while keeping the gentle, patient watch that had made her something of an unofficial guardian of the village's secrets and protector of its peace. The morning settled into its familiar rhythm as Miss Marple made her way along the lane, her walking stick tapping a gentle Morse code against the worn stone path that had guided generations of St. Mary Mead residents through their daily routines. The air held that particular quality of English summer mornings when the dew still clung to spider webs like nature's own jewellery, and the scent of honeysuckle mingled with the more practical aromas of breakfast cooking and coal fires being rekindled for the day's domestic needs. She paused at the low stone wall that separated the vicarage garden from the lane, ostensibly to admire Mrs. Clement's prize-winning delphiniums, but in reality to observe the subtle signs of disturbance that lingered around the house, like the ghost of last night's mystery. The guest-room window remained open, its white curtains stirring gently in the morning breeze, and Miss Marple's keen eyes noted that the room had been thoroughly aired, the sort of thorough airing one gave to a space that needed to be cleansed of more than just the stillness of sleep. "Good morning, Miss Marple," came Mrs. Clement's voice from the garden gate, though her usual cheerful greeting carried an undertone of distraction that suggested her thoughts were elsewhere. She emerged from behind a particularly robust rosebush, secateurs in hand and a troubled expression shadowing her normally serene features. "Beautiful morning, isn't it? Though I confess I've been too preoccupied to properly appreciate it." "Indeed it is," Miss Marple agreed, her pale blue eyes taking in the way Mrs. Clement's gardening gloves were slightly askew, and her usually immaculate hair showed signs of having been worried by anxious fingers. "Sometimes the most beautiful mornings follow the most puzzling nights, don't you find? There's something about the contrast that makes one appreciate both the mystery and the resolution when it comes." Mrs. Clement's laugh held a note of relief, as if she had been hoping for exactly this sort of understanding conversation. "You've always had such a way of seeing things clearly, Miss Marple. I don't suppose you noticed anything unusual last evening. About our guest, I mean. The woman who was staying in our spare room. "Ah," Miss Marple said softly, settling herself more comfortably against the garden gate in the manner of someone prepared for a proper conversation. The lady in the grey travelling dress. "Yes, I did happen to observe her arrival on Tuesday evening. She struck me as someone who knew precisely where she was going, though perhaps not entirely certain of what she would find when she arrived. The previous evening had unfolded with the gentle predictability that characterised most summer evenings in St Mary Mead. Miss Marple had been sitting in her front parlour, ostensibly working on her embroidery, but actually watching the late light play across the village green where children chased each other in elaborate games, whose rules seemed to change with each burst of laughter. The church bells had just finished marking 7 o'clock when she noticed the figure walking up the lane with the measured pace of someone conserving energy for uncertain distances ahead. The woman had been neither young nor old, but somewhere in that indefinite middle ground, where experience and possibility still balanced on the scales of life's decisions. Her dress was well cut, but not fashionable, practical rather than pretty, the sort of clothing chosen by someone who needed to blend into various social situations without drawing particular attention. She carried a small leather suitcase that suggested a brief stay, and her posture spoke of someone accustomed to travelling alone, comfortable with her own company but always aware of her surroundings. She had the look of someone who was used to being self-sufficient, Miss Marple continued thoughtfully, her fingers absently stroking the worn wood of her walking stick. Not from necessity born of poverty, you understand, but from choice. The sort of independence that comes when one has learned that relying too heavily on others can sometimes lead to disappointment. Mrs. Clement nodded slowly, recognising the accuracy of this observation. She was very polite during our brief conversation, but reserved. Asked after the evening service times, though she didn't attend. Inquired about the post-collection schedule, which seemed odd, for someone planning only a short stay, and she was quite specific about preferring the room that faced the lane rather than the garden, though I would have thought the garden view more pleasant. The implications of this detail settled between them like a shared understanding. A room facing the lane provided a view of arrivals and departures, of who came and went in the village and when. It was the sort of preference that suggested either caution or expectation, or perhaps both. "Did she mention her destination?" Miss Marple inquired gently, though her tone suggested she already suspected the answer. "No, and I'm afraid I didn't press her. You know how it is with clerical hospitality. One learns to provide sanctuary without requiring too many details about why sanctuary might be needed." Mrs. Clement's voice carried the wisdom of years spent offering comfort to parishioners whose troubles didn't always fit neatly into conventional categories. Though I do wonder now if I should have been more observant. Miss Marple's expression grew thoughtful as she considered the delicate balance between curiosity and discretion that governed life in small communities. In villages like St Mary Mead, privacy was both fiercely guarded and gently penetrated, depending on the circumstances and the players involved. People learned to read between the lines of what was said and what was left unsaid, to understand that sometimes the most important information was conveyed through gestures, timing, and the careful choice of what details to share. "Tell me about this morning," she suggested, her voice carrying the gentle authority of someone accustomed to being trusted with confidences. "When did you first realise she had gone?" Mrs. Clement's recounting of the morning's discovery unfolded with the careful detail of someone who had spent considerable time thinking about each element of the puzzle. The bed had been slept in, but tidied afterward with the sort of considerate efficiency that spoke well of the guest's character. The borrowed book had been returned to its exact position on the vicar's shelf, its place marked not with the strip of paper most people would use, but with a pressed flower, a small white daisy that suggested someone who noticed beauty even in the midst of whatever circumstances had brought her to seek refuge in a country vicarage. "And the glove," Mrs. Clement added, her voice dropping slightly as if she were sharing a particularly significant detail. "Such a beautiful thing, really. Pearl grey kid leather, soft as butter and clearly expensive. The sort of glove one wears to important occasions, not for everyday errands. It seems such an odd thing to leave behind by accident." Miss Marple's interest sharpened at this detail, though her expression remained pleasantly conversational. In her experience, expensive accessories were rarely forgotten accidentally, particularly by women who had learned to travel light and manage their possessions with care. A single glove left behind was either a mistake born of great distraction or a deliberate message, and given the careful way their mysterious guest had tidied the room and returned the borrowed book, great distraction seemed unlikely. Was there anything else in the room that might provide a clue to her identity or her destination? Miss Marple asked, her tone carefully casual. Sometimes people leave traces of themselves without realizing it. A ticket stub in a book, perhaps, or the impression of handwriting on a notepad. Mrs. Clement shook her head slowly, but her expression suggested she was still thinking through the possibilities. Nothing obvious, though. I confess I haven't searched thoroughly. It seemed somehow improper to pry too deeply into her belongings after she'd gone. But now that you mention it, there was something, the way she arranged her few toiletries on the washstand. Very precise, very careful, as if she were accustomed to living in spaces that weren't permanently her own. This detail painted a picture that was beginning to interest Miss Marple considerably. A woman who travelled with expensive gloves but modest luggage, who was comfortable with solitude but cautious about observation, who treated temporary lodging with the careful respect of someone who had learned not to take hospitality for granted. These were the characteristics of someone whose life story likely contained chapters of significant complexity. The morning sun climbed higher, warming the stone of the garden wall and releasing the fragrance of the herbs that Mrs. Clement grew in neat rows along the kitchen garden border. Rosemary and thyme, sage and lavender, the traditional English herbs that had flavoured both food and medicine for centuries. Their persistence in cottage gardens a testament to the value of things that served multiple purposes and required little fuss to flourish. From across the village green, the sound of the shop bell announced the arrival of the morning's first customers, and Miss Marple's attention was caught by the sight of Colonel Melchett emerging from his cottage, with the purposeful stride of a man embarking on his daily constitutional. The Colonel was one of those useful village residents who noticed everything, remembered most of it, and could be relied upon to share interesting observations when approached with the proper combination of casual interest and flattering attention to his opinions. "I believe I shall take a little walk around the green this morning," Miss Marple announced, straightening from her comfortable position against the garden gate. "The exercise will do me good, and I find that morning conversations often yield the most interesting perspectives on village happenings." Mrs. Clement's smile was grateful and slightly conspiratorial. "If you should happen to learn anything that might help us understand our guest's circumstances, I confess I would be most interested to hear it. Not from nosiness, you understand, but from concern. There was something about her that suggested she might be in some sort of difficulty, and I would hate to think we had failed to offer appropriate assistance." This sentiment perfectly captured the delicate balance of village life, where genuine concern for others' welfare walked hand in hand with natural human curiosity, and where the desire to help often required a thorough understanding of circumstances that weren't always freely shared. Miss Marple nodded her understanding and set off across the green with the measured pace of someone whose morning walk just happened to include several strategic stops for conversation. The village green of St. Mary Mead functioned as both the physical and social heart of the community, a space where the formal and informal business of daily life intersected in ways that had been established by centuries of tradition. The ancient oak tree that stood at its centre had witnessed generations of village dramas, from harvest celebrations to wartime farewells, and its spreading branches provided both shade for summer gatherings and a natural landmark for navigation. Colonel Melchett was examining the notice board outside the village hall with the careful attention he applied to all matters of local governance, his military bearing still evident despite his retirement years. Miss Marple approached with the gentle directness that she had perfected over decades of village social navigation, her manner suggesting nothing more urgent than a pleasant morning encounter between neighbours. "Good morning, Colonel," she called softly, her voice carrying just the right note of friendly interest. "Such a beautiful morning for a walk, don't you think?" "I find that summer mornings in the village have a particular charm that city mornings simply cannot match." The Colonel turned with the pleased expression of someone who enjoyed being consulted on matters where his opinion held weight. "Indeed, Miss Marple. Nothing quite like country air to set a man up for the day. Though I must say, there seemed to be rather more coming and going than usual yesterday evening. Traffic on the lanes, if you know what I mean." This was exactly the sort of opening Miss Marple had hoped for, and she settled into the conversation with the patient attention of someone prepared to extract maximum value from the exchange. Colonel Melchett's definition of traffic in a village like St. Mary Mead might include anything from a farm cart taking an unusual route to a stranger walking through at an unconventional hour, but his military training had left him with an eye for detail and a memory for patterns that made his observations particularly valuable. "How interesting," Miss Marple murmured, her tone suggesting that she found the Colonel's insights particularly enlightening. "I confess I noticed a lady walking up toward the vicarage yesterday evening, though I assumed she was simply a guest of the Clements. Did you perhaps observe anything else unusual?" The Colonel's chest expanded slightly with the pleasure of having his observational skills recognised and consulted. "Well now, since you mention it, there was something rather odd about the timing. Saw her walking up the lane around 7, as you say, but then later, must have been past 10, I noticed someone else heading in the same direction. Couldn't make out much in the dark, you understand, but the stride suggested someone younger, more vigorous. Male, I should think, though I wouldn't swear to it in a court of law. This information added a new dimension to the puzzle that was beginning to form in Miss Marple's mind. A second visitor to the vicarage on the same evening, arriving after dark and apparently unnoticed by the Clements, or at least unmentioned by them. The implications were intriguing and suggested that their mysterious guest's visit to St. Mary Mead might have been part of a larger pattern of events than anyone had initially realised. "How very observant of you, Colonel," Miss Marple said warmly, her genuine appreciation for useful information evident in her voice. "Did this second person remain long, do you think? Or perhaps you noticed them departing?" Colonel Melchett frowned thoughtfully, his military mind working through the sequence of events with careful precision. "Can't say I observed a departure, but then I retired not long after myself. Heavy sleeper, you know. Years of army life teach a man to sleep soundly when the opportunity presents itself. But I will say this, whoever it was seemed to know exactly where they were going. No hesitation, no looking about for landmarks. Walked with purpose, if you take my meaning. The picture that was emerging suggested a level of coordination and planning that elevated their guest's visit from simple travel convenience to something more deliberate and complex." Miss Marple filed this information away with the careful mental organisation that had served her well in previous encounters with village mysteries, already beginning to consider the various scenarios that might explain both the arrival and the mysterious departure of the woman with the pearl-grey glove. The afternoon light fell through the stained glass windows of St. Mary Mead's ancient church with the reverent quality that only centuries-old coloured glass can achieve, painting pools of amber and rose across the worn stone floor where countless generations had knelt in prayer and contemplation. Miss Marple moved through this sacred space with the quiet respect of someone who understood that churches, like people, held their secrets close and revealed them only to those who approached with patience and genuine understanding. She had come ostensibly to arrange flowers for Sunday's service, a task that required both artistic sensibility and practical knowledge of which blooms would last through the vicar's traditionally lengthy sermons. But in truth, she found that the peaceful atmosphere of the church often provided the perfect environment for thinking through complex problems, away from the gentle distractions of village social intercourse that, while pleasant, could sometimes scatter one's thoughts rather than focus them. The pearl-grey glove had been weighing on her mind since her morning conversation with Mrs. Clement, not because expensive accessories were particularly unusual in themselves, but because of the deliberate care with which everything else in the guest room had been arranged. People who forgot gloves were generally people who forgot other things as well, yet their mysterious visitor had remembered to return a borrowed book to its exact shelf position, and had taken the time to make her bed with hotel precision corners. Such attention to detail suggested someone whose mind was very much focused on the impression she would leave behind. Ah, "Miss Marple," came a voice from the church doorway, and she turned to see a man silhouetted against the afternoon brightness. "I was hoping I might find someone here who could direct me to the vicarage." The stranger stepped into the church's hushed interior, and Miss Marple's observant eyes immediately began cataloguing details with the automatic precision that years of people-watching had made second nature. He was perhaps 45, with the sort of quietly expensive clothing that suggested professional success without ostentation, a well-tailored but not fashionable suit, shoes that had been resoled rather than replaced, and a watch that spoke of quality rather than novelty. His manner was courteous, but slightly reserved, like someone accustomed to being welcomed in drawing rooms, but careful not to presume upon hospitality. "The vicarage is just across the lane," Miss Marple replied warmly, though her tone carried a note of gentle inquiry that invited further conversation. "I'm Miss Marple, Jane Marple, and I've lived in St Mary Mead long enough to serve as an unofficial guide to visitors. Are you perhaps expected by the Reverend Clement?" The man's slight hesitation before answering told Miss Marple several interesting things at once. He was not entirely comfortable with deception, which suggested basic honesty of character, but he was also not immediately forthcoming with information, which suggested either natural reticence or specific reasons for discretion. When he did speak, his voice carried the cultured accent of someone educated at good schools, but without the particular inflections that would mark him as belonging to any specific region or social circle. "I'm David Whitmore," he said, extending his hand with the easy courtesy of someone accustomed to introducing himself to strangers. "I'm not exactly expected, but I was hoping to speak with the vicar about a guest who may have stayed at the vicarage recently. A lady travelling alone, possibly using several names, actually. This admission immediately elevated Mr. Whitmore from the category of casual visitor to person of significant interest in Miss Marple's mental filing system. People who acknowledged that their quarry might be using multiple names were generally people who had some experience with situations requiring careful investigation, either professional or personal. "How very interesting," Miss Marple murmured, settling herself more comfortably on the wooden pew where she had been arranging white roses in a tall brass vase. "We did indeed have a lady guest at the vicarage very recently, though I'm afraid she departed rather suddenly this morning without leaving any forwarding information. Perhaps you could describe the person you're seeking." Mr. Whitmore's relief at this confirmation was evident but controlled, suggesting someone who had been hoping for this news, but had learned not to count on favourable outcomes until they were certain. He seated himself on the pew across the aisle from Miss Marple, with the careful politeness of someone who understood church etiquette, and his posture suggested he was prepared for a substantial conversation. Medium height, dark hair with silver threads, well dressed but not fashionably so, probably somewhere between 38 and 45, though she's the sort of woman who could appear younger or older, depending on circumstances. His description was precise without being clinical, suggesting someone who had observed the subject carefully, but with personal, rather than purely professional interest. "She has a particular way of holding herself, very straight, very composed, but with a quality of watchfulness, perhaps, as if she's always aware of who might be observing her." The accuracy of this description, combined with the obvious personal knowledge it revealed, painted a picture that Miss Marple found increasingly intriguing. This was not someone seeking a casual acquaintance or conducting routine business. The careful way he spoke of the woman suggested deeper familiarity, possibly complicated by circumstances that made straightforward communication difficult or impossible. "That does sound very much like our recent guest," Miss Marple acknowledged, her tone carefully neutral while her mind worked through the implications of Mr. Whitmore's arrival so soon after the woman's departure. "May I ask what connection you have with this lady? Professional, perhaps, or personal?" The question hung in the church's peaceful atmosphere like incense, waiting to be either acknowledged or deflected. Mr. Whitmore's response would tell Miss Marple a great deal about both his character and his motivations, and she waited with the patient attention of someone who understood that the most important answers often came wrapped in hesitation and careful word choice. "Personal," he said finally, his voice carrying a note of something that might have been regret or concern or both. "Well, I suppose you could say she's my sister, though the relationship is somewhat complicated by circumstances beyond either of our control. I've been trying to locate her for several weeks now, following a trail of brief stays at country inns and vicarages. She has a talent for finding sanctuary in places where questions aren't asked too insistently. This revelation shifted the entire context of the mystery in Miss Marple's mind. A woman travelling alone, staying briefly in places that offered discretion, being followed by someone who claimed family connection, but acknowledged the relationship was complicated. These elements suggested a story with layers that went well beyond simple travel arrangements or family disputes. "I see," Miss Marple said thoughtfully, though her tone suggested she saw rather more than Mr. Whitmore might have intended to reveal. "And has this situation been ongoing for some time? The travelling and the need for sanctuary, I mean." Mr. Whitmore's laugh held no humour, only the weary recognition of someone dealing with a long-standing and complex situation. "Several months now. She left London quite suddenly in the spring, and since then she's been moving from place to place, never staying anywhere long enough to establish anything permanent. I've been following her route, always arriving a day or two too late, collecting information about a woman who seems to have perfected the art of being memorable enough to be traced, but elusive enough to stay ahead of pursuit. The implications of this pattern were becoming clearer to Miss Marple with each detail Mr. Whitmore provided. A woman skilled in the art of strategic disappearance, followed by someone who claimed family connection, but whose pursuit suggested either concern or obligation, or possibly both. The fact that she was staying at vicarages and respectable country inns suggested someone maintaining social proprieties, even while avoiding more permanent arrangements. "And you believe she may be in some sort of difficulty?" Miss Marple inquired gently, her voice carrying the sort of understanding that invited confidence, without demanding details that might be too personal to share with a relative stranger. "I believe she thinks she is," Mr. Whitmore replied carefully, and Miss Marple noted the distinction between actual danger and perceived threat, which, in some circumstances, amounts to very much the same thing. She's always been independent, shall we say, not given to accepting help easily, even from family. But recent events have convinced her that independence might not be sufficient protection against certain complications. The afternoon light was beginning to shift toward evening, casting longer shadows through the church windows and giving the ancient space an even more contemplative atmosphere. Miss Marple found herself thinking about the pearl grey glove, wondering if it had been left deliberately as a message for someone who might follow the same trail, a sign that she had been there but had moved on, or perhaps an indication of the direction her travels might take next. This morning, when Mrs. Clement discovered that her guest had departed, Miss Marple said slowly, she mentioned that a single glove had been left behind. Pearl grey kid leather, quite expensive. Does that detail mean anything to you? Mr. Whitmore's reaction was immediate and telling, a sharp intake of breath followed by what might have been relief or frustration, or a complicated mixture of both emotions. "Yes," he said simply. "She's always been particular about her gloves. Used to say that hands revealed more about a person's true circumstances than any other detail of dress, so one must always ensure they appeared well cared for. Pearl grey was her favourite colour, said it was elegant enough for any occasion, but distinctive enough to be remembered when memory served one's purposes." This personal detail provided Miss Marple with several useful insights into both the woman's character and her current situation. Someone who thought strategically about being remembered suggested someone who understood the value of leaving carefully calculated impressions. Someone who was particular about maintaining appearances even while travelling light suggested someone accustomed to moving in social circles where such details mattered, and leaving a single glove behind, Miss Marple prompted gently. Would that be characteristic behaviour, do you think? Mr. Whitmore considered this question with the careful attention of someone who had spent considerable time analysing another person's behavioural patterns. She's not careless with possessions, if that's what you're asking. But she is symbolic in her thinking sometimes. If she left a glove deliberately, it would have meaning, possibly a signal of some sort, or an indication of whatever she wanted me to understand when I inevitably arrived to ask about her. The church bells began their evening call to Vespers, their bronze voices rolling across the village with the timeless authority that had marked the passage of hours and seasons for centuries. The sound served as a reminder that life in St Mary Mead continued its ancient rhythms, even as modern mysteries played out against the backdrop of cottage gardens and country lanes. "Mr. Whitmore," Miss Marple said thoughtfully, "would you consider it presumptuous of me to suggest that we examine the guest room together? Sometimes a fresh perspective can reveal details that familiarity might overlook, and I confess that your sister's situation has engaged my curiosity in ways that I find difficult to ignore." The proposal hung between them like an invitation to collaboration, and Miss Marple waited to see whether Mr. Whitmore would accept the implicit offer of assistance from someone whose credentials for such work were entirely unofficial, but whose understanding of human nature had been proven through years of village observation. "I would be grateful for your perspective, Miss Marple," he said finally, his acceptance carrying a note of relief that suggested he had been hoping for exactly such an offer. "I have the feeling that understanding what happened here might be crucial to understanding where she's gone, and why she felt the need to leave so suddenly." Together, they made their way from the church's peaceful sanctuary back into the golden afternoon light, where the village of St Mary Mead continued its gentle business of daily life, while harbouring secrets that would require careful observation and patient deduction to unravel. The pearl-grey glove waited in the vicarage guest room like a clue in search of the right interpreter, and Miss Marple found herself looking forward to the challenge of understanding what message it might contain. The vicarage guest room, when they entered it with Mrs. Clement's gracious permission, revealed itself to be a space that had been occupied by someone who understood the art of leaving minimal traces while still maintaining the courtesy expected of a temporary guest. The bed was made with the precise corners that spoke of either military training or domestic service background, and the washstand showed signs of use, but had been cleaned with the thoroughness of someone accustomed to erasing evidence of her presence. Mr. Whitmore stood in the doorway for a moment, his eyes taking in details that would have been invisible to anyone who didn't know what to look for. When he spoke, his voice carried a mixture of admiration and exasperation that suggested long familiarity with his sister's careful habits. "This is very much like her," he murmured, moving carefully around the room's perimeter, as if following an invisible trail, comfortable enough to sleep soundly but ready to depart without leaving any trace that might compromise her host, or provide information to anyone who might follow. "She's always been considerate that way, even when she's being most infuriating." The pearl-grey glove rested on the window seat like a deliberate punctuation mark in an otherwise carefully neutral space, its expensive elegance a stark contrast to the room's modest furnishings. Miss Marple approached it with the careful attention she might give to a piece of evidence in a criminal investigation, though her manner suggested curiosity rather than suspicion. "May I?" she asked, and at Mr. Whitmore's nod she picked up the glove with the gentle reverence due to any object that might hold significance beyond its obvious function. The leather was indeed exceptional quality, soft and supple despite obvious wear, and the fit suggested hands that were neither large nor small but elegantly proportioned. "There's something inside," Miss Marple said softly, her fingers detecting a small, hard object nestled in the glove's fingertips. Something deliberately placed, I should think. What emerged from the glove's depths was a small brass button, old-fashioned in design and bearing the faint impression of what might once have been a family crest or institutional emblem. Mr. Whitmore's sharp intake of breath told Miss Marple that this discovery had particular significance, and she waited with patient interest for him to explain what meaning the button might hold. "It's from our father's military jacket," he said quietly, his voice carrying the weight of old memories and complicated family histories. "She's kept it all these years, even though there were reasons she might have chosen to forget rather than remember. If she's left it here, it means she wants me to understand something specific about her situation." The afternoon light was fading toward evening as they stood together in the modest guest room, contemplating the message that a pearl-grey glove and a brass military button might contain. Miss Marple found herself thinking about the delicate art of communication between people whose circumstances made direct contact difficult or dangerous, and about the particular courage required to maintain family connections across barriers of distance, misunderstanding, and whatever complications had driven a woman to seek sanctuary in country vicarages while being followed by a brother who spoke of her with obvious affection but careful restraint. The evening mist was beginning to settle over St. Mary Mead with the gentle persistence of a familiar friend, wrapping the village in soft grey veils that transformed everyday cottages into something more mysterious and romantic. Miss Marple sat in her parlour, the brass military button resting on the small mahogany table beside her favourite chair, while her mind worked through the patterns of human behaviour that had begun to emerge from the day's revelations like a complex tapestry slowly revealing its design. David Whitmore had accepted her invitation to take tea and continue their discussion in more comfortable surroundings, and she found herself studying him with the careful attention she might give to a particularly interesting specimen in her garden, someone whose surface characteristics suggested one thing, while deeper observation revealed layers of complexity that required patient cultivation to fully understand. He sat across from her in the second-best chair, holding his teacup with the automatic precision of someone who had learned proper social graces, but whose mind was clearly elsewhere. The military button seemed to fascinate and trouble him in equal measure, and Miss Marple noted that his gaze returned to it repeatedly, as if he were trying to decode a message written in a language he almost, but not quite, understood. "Tell me about your sister," Miss Marple said gently, her voice carrying the sort of invitation that encouraged confidence, without demanding details that might be too painful to share. Not her current circumstances necessarily, but her character. The sort of person she was before whatever events led to this present situation. Mr. Whitmore's smile was complicated, mixing affection with exasperation, and something that might have been admiration reluctantly given. Margaret has always been formidable, I suppose is the kindest word, intelligent certainly, and possessed of the sort of moral certainty that can be either inspiring or exhausting, depending on whether you happen to agree with her particular convictions at any given moment. The way he spoke suggested long familiarity with his sister's character, the sort of understanding that comes from years of observing someone's patterns of thought and behaviour. Miss Marple encouraged him to continue with the patient attention of someone who understood that family relationships were often more complex than they appeared on the surface, particularly when viewed through the lens of crisis or conflict. She trained as a secretary after finishing school, Mr. Whitmore continued, settling back in his chair as if the act of remembering helped him organise his thoughts. Very good at it too. Worked for several prominent London firms, including some in the financial district where discretion was as important as efficiency. She had a talent for managing information, for understanding what was important and what was merely decorative detail. This background information immediately caught Miss Marple's attention, as it suggested someone with both the skills and the experience necessary to navigate complex situations requiring careful planning and strategic thinking. A secretary in London's financial district would have been exposed to the sort of confidential information that could make discretion not just professionally valuable, but personally essential. And more recently, Miss Marple prompted gently, was she still working in London when these current difficulties began? Mr. Whitmore's hesitation before answering suggested that this was where the story became more complicated, and Miss Marple waited with the patient attention of someone who understood that some explanations required careful construction to be both truthful and tactful. She had been working for a private inquiry agent, he said finally, his voice carrying a note of something that might have been pride or concern or both. Not the sort of theatrical detective one reads about in novels, but someone who handled discreet investigations for solicitors and wealthy families, missing persons, financial irregularities, that sort of thing. Margaret's particular talent was for gaining access to information that others might overlook or dismiss as unimportant. The implications of this revelation were considerable, and Miss Marple found herself reassessing everything she had observed about their mysterious guest in light of this new information. A woman trained in investigation and information management, currently travelling under circumstances that required careful anonymity. This suggested complications that went well beyond simple family disagreements or personal difficulties. "I see," Miss Marple murmured, though her tone suggested she was beginning to see rather more than Mr. Whitmore might have intended to reveal. "And would I be correct in assuming that her current situation is somehow connected to this professional work?" The military button caught the lamplight as if it were winking at them, a small brass witness to whatever family history had shaped both siblings' understanding of duty, honour, and the sometimes complicated relationship between personal loyalty and professional obligation. Mr. Whitmore picked it up, turning it over in his fingers with the careful attention of someone handling a relic that held both precious memories and painful associations. "Our father was a career military man," he said quietly, his voice carrying the weight of old stories that had been told and retold until they became family mythology. "Served in India, South Africa, various small conflicts that required the sort of diplomatic discretion that doesn't always make its way into official histories. He believed very strongly in the idea that service to others was the highest form of human achievement, but he also understood that sometimes service required sacrifices that weren't immediately apparent to those outside the situation." Miss Marple listened with the careful attention of someone who understood that family stories often contain the keys to understanding present behaviour, even when the connections weren't immediately obvious. The brass button in Mr. Whitmore's hands seemed to represent more than just a memento of their father's military service. It was apparently a symbol of whatever principles or obligations had shaped both siblings' approach to their adult lives. "Margaret took his lessons about duty and service very seriously," Mr. Whitmore continued, his voice growing warmer as he spoke of his sister's character. "Perhaps too seriously, some might say. She's never been content to simply observe injustice or ignore situations where her particular skills might make a difference. It's an admirable quality, but it can lead to complications." The evening was settling more deeply around the village, and through Miss Marple's parlour window they could see the warm glow of lamps being lit in cottage windows across the green. It was the sort of peaceful domestic scene that had been repeated for centuries in English villages, where the rhythms of daily life provided a comforting backdrop, against which individual dramas played out in whispers and careful observations. These current complications, Miss Marple said thoughtfully, would they be the sort that might require someone to seek sanctuary in country vicarages while being followed by concerned family members? Mr. Whitmore's laugh held no humour, only the weary recognition of someone dealing with a situation that had already gone on longer than anyone had hoped. "Margaret has a talent for uncovering information that others would prefer to keep hidden. It's served her well professionally, but it's also created difficulties. Several months ago, she became involved in an investigation that revealed certain irregularities in the financial affairs of some very prominent people. The significance of this information was not lost on Miss Marple, who had lived long enough to understand that financial irregularities among prominent people often had ramifications that extended well beyond simple accounting errors. In 1932, with the economic uncertainties that had followed the stock market crash still affecting people's lives and fortunes, any investigation into financial improprieties would likely involve substantial sums of money and potentially ruinous consequences for those involved. And these irregularities, Miss Marple prompted gently, were they the sort that might be resolved through quiet negotiation, or did they require more official attention? Margaret believed they required official attention, Mr. Whitmore replied, his voice carrying the careful neutrality of someone who had learned to discuss sensitive matters without revealing more than was absolutely necessary. Others involved in the situation felt that quiet resolution would be more appropriate for all concerned. The disagreement about how to proceed became heated. Miss Marple began to understand the pattern that had led to Margaret Whitmore's current circumstances. A woman with strong moral convictions and professional skills in investigation, confronted with evidence of financial wrongdoing among people with the resources and motivation to prevent exposure. It was exactly the sort of situation that could lead to someone needing to disappear temporarily while determining the safest way to proceed. "And you?" Miss Marple asked quietly. "What was your position in this disagreement?" Mr. Whitmore's pause before answering told Miss Marple that this was perhaps the most complicated aspect of the entire situation. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of someone who had been forced to choose between competing loyalties and was still uncertain whether he had chosen correctly. "I believed that Margaret was taking unnecessary risks," he said finally. "Not because her evidence was wrong or her motives questionable, but because she underestimated the lengths to which certain people might go to protect their interests. I tried to convince her to approach the situation more cautiously, to find ways to achieve her goals without exposing herself to retaliation." The word retaliation hung in the peaceful atmosphere of Miss Marple's parlour like a discordant note in a otherwise harmonious evening. It suggested that Margaret Whitmore's situation involved more than professional disagreement or family concern. It implied actual danger from people with both the means and the motivation to silence someone who posed a threat to their security. "I take it she disagreed with your assessment of the situation," Miss Marple observed, though her tone suggested she already knew the answer to her question. "Margaret has never been particularly impressed by warnings about personal safety when she believes important principles are at stake," Mr. Whitmore replied, his voice mixing admiration with frustration in the way that family members often did when discussing beloved relatives whose courage exceeded their caution. "She felt that my concerns were based more on general anxiety than specific threats, and she was determined to proceed with her investigation, regardless of potential consequences." Miss Marple considered this information while watching the evening shadows lengthen across her garden, where the roses released their fragrance into the cooling air with the generosity of flowers that understood their season was precious precisely because it was brief. The military button lay on the table between them like a small brass reminder of the family principles that had shaped both siblings' characters, even when those principles led them to very different conclusions about the same situation. "And then," she prompted gently, sensing that they were approaching the crucial events that had led to Margaret's current pattern of strategic disappearance. 3 months ago, Margaret's employer, the private inquiry agent she worked for, was found dead in his office," Mr. Whitmore said quietly, his voice carrying the flat tone that people sometimes used when discussing events too painful or frightening to be examined too closely. The official verdict was suicide, but Margaret was convinced it was murder made to look like suicide. She believed it was connected to the investigation they had been conducting together. This revelation cast everything that had happened since in a different and more serious light. Miss Marple found herself thinking about the careful way Margaret Whitmore had arranged the guest room, the strategic timing of her departure, and the deliberate message of the military button left for her brother to find. These were not the actions of someone dealing with simple professional disagreement, but of someone who understood that her life might depend on staying ahead of people who had already demonstrated their willingness to use extreme measures to protect their interests, and since then, she's been— Miss Marple began. "Travelling," Mr. Whitmore finished grimly. "Moving from place to place, never staying anywhere long enough to be traced, trying to stay alive long enough to find a way to bring her evidence to the attention of authorities who can't be bought or intimidated. And I've been following her, trying to convince her to let me help, to find some way to resolve the situation that doesn't require her to spend the rest of her life looking over her shoulder." The brass button seemed to gleam more brightly in the lamplight, as if it were trying to communicate something important about duty, service, and the sometimes terrible cost of doing what one believes to be right. Miss Marple picked it up, feeling its weight and warmth, thinking about the father who had taught his children that service to others was the highest form of human achievement, even when that service required sacrifices that others might not understand or appreciate. "The button," she said thoughtfully, "left in the glove, hidden but meant to be found." "What do you think she was trying to tell you?" Mr. Whitmore considered this question with the careful attention of someone who had spent months trying to understand his sister's increasingly cryptic communications. "I think she was reminding me of something our father used to say about military service, that sometimes the most important battles are fought by soldiers whose names never appear in official histories, whose contributions can only be measured by the disasters they prevented rather than the victories they achieved." Miss Marple nodded slowly, understanding beginning to dawn about both Margaret Whitmore's current situation and her brother's role in trying to resolve it. "She's telling you that she's fighting an important battle, but one that requires her to remain invisible until the right moment for decisive action. And she's asking me to trust her judgment about when that moment might come, Mr. Whitmore added, his voice carrying a mixture of pride and anxiety that suggested he was still learning to balance his protective instincts with respect for his sister's considerable capabilities. The village church bells were ringing the hour, their bronze voices carrying across the green with the timeless authority that had marked the passage of time for generations of St. Mary Mead residents. Miss Marple found herself thinking about patterns, not just the patterns of human behaviour that had always fascinated her, but the larger patterns of justice and injustice, courage and fear that shaped the moral landscape in which people like Margaret Whitmore chose to make their stands against corruption and intimidation. "Mr. Whitmore," she said finally, her voice carrying the gentle authority of someone who had spent decades observing human nature in all its complexity. "I believe your sister may have been more strategic in choosing St. Mary Mead as a stopping point than either of us initially realised. Small villages like this one have certain advantages for someone in her situation. We notice strangers, certainly, but we also understand the value of discretion when discretion serves the cause of justice." The implication of this observation settled between them like an invitation to collaboration, and Miss Marple waited to see whether Mr. Whitmore would accept the possibility that his sister's visit to their village might have been part of a larger plan that required patience and trust rather than immediate pursuit. "You think she's left other messages?" he asked, his voice carrying new hope tempered by the caution of someone who'd been disappointed too many times to count on favourable outcomes. "I think," Miss Marple replied thoughtfully, "that we should examine what she observed during her stay here, and consider whether her departure might have been timed to coincide with something or someone else's arrival. Your sister strikes me as someone who plans several moves ahead, and leaving you that button suggests she wanted you to understand not just where she had been, but where she might be going next." The evening was settling into night around them, transforming the village into a collection of warm, glowing windows that spoke of families gathering around dinner tables and firesides, of the comfortable routines that made civilized life possible even in times of uncertainty and danger. But Miss Marple found herself thinking that sometimes the most important work happened in the shadows between those pools of domestic light, where people like Margaret Whitmore fought battles that others never knew were being waged on their behalf. The morning arrived with the sort of crystalline clarity that sometimes follows evening mist, as if the village had been washed clean overnight and presented fresh for whatever revelations the new day might bring. Miss Marple moved through her morning routine with the deliberate care of someone whose mind was already several steps ahead of her domestic tasks, her thoughts circling around the patterns that had begun to emerge from the previous day's conversations, like a cat investigating an interesting but potentially dangerous new arrival in familiar territory. David Whitmore had accepted her invitation to continue their investigation over breakfast, and she found herself observing him with the sort of attention she might give to a complex recipe that required careful timing and precise measurements to achieve the desired result. He had slept poorly, if the shadows under his eyes were any indication, but his determination to understand his sister's situation appeared to have only strengthened overnight. They sat in Miss Marple's small dining room, where morning light streamed through windows that overlooked the garden path leading to her gate, providing an excellent view of anyone who might approach the cottage with either innocent or more complex motivations. The brass military button rested on the white tablecloth between them like a talisman, its surface catching the sunlight with a sort of quiet dignity that seemed appropriate for an object that had witnessed so much family history. "I've been thinking about patterns," Miss Marple said, as she poured tea from her second-best china pot, the one with tiny painted roses that had been her mother's pride and joy. "Your sister's movements over the past several months, the timing of her stays at various locations, the way she chooses her temporary sanctuaries. There seems to be a logic to it that goes beyond simple flight from danger." Mr. Whitmore accepted his cup with the automatic courtesy of someone whose mind was clearly engaged with more pressing matters than social niceties. "What sort of logic do you mean?" he asked, his voice carrying the careful attention of someone who had learned that small details often held the keys to understanding larger mysteries. "The logic of someone conducting an investigation while appearing to be merely a fugitive," Miss Marple replied thoughtfully, settling back in her chair with the comfortable authority of someone who had spent decades observing human behaviour from the vantage point of village life. Think about the places she's chosen to stay. Country vicarages, respectable inns, small towns where strangers are noticed, but also where people understand the value of discretion when circumstances warrant it. This observation caused Mr. Whitmore to pause in the act of adding sugar to his tea, his expression shifting from concern to something that might have been recognition, or even admiration. "You think she's been gathering information rather than simply hiding from it?" "I think," Miss Marple said carefully, "that someone with your sister's background and training would find it very difficult to remain passive when she believes important principles are at stake. Even when her personal safety requires careful anonymity, she would likely find ways to continue working toward her larger goals." The morning post arrived with its usual precise timing, delivered by young Tommy from the village shop, who approached each door with the important demeanour of someone entrusted with maintaining the vital communication networks that held rural communities together. Miss Marple watched through her window as he made his way up the garden path, noting that he carried not just the usual letters and newspapers, but also what appeared to be a small parcel wrapped in brown paper and tied with string. "Miss Marple?" Tommy called through the door, his voice carrying the cheerful efficiency that marked him as someone who took pride in his work, regardless of its apparent simplicity. "Got a package here for you, ma'am." No return address, but it was left at the shop this morning with instructions for immediate delivery. The timing of this mysterious package, arriving just as they were discussing Margaret Whitmore's strategic thinking, struck Miss Marple as potentially significant rather than coincidental. She accepted the parcel with the gracious thanks appropriate for someone who understood that postal workers were often the unsung heroes of village communication networks. But her mind was already working through the implications of anonymous deliveries during investigations involving people who preferred to remain undetected. "From your sister, do you think?" she asked Mr. Whitmore as she examined the package's careful wrapping and precise addressing. The handwriting was feminine but deliberately unremarkable, the sort of script that would be forgotten as soon as it was read. Exactly the kind of careful anonymity that someone in Margaret's situation would cultivate. Mr. Whitmore's expression confirmed her suspicion. "Margaret has always been meticulous about her handwriting," he said quietly. "She used to practice different styles when we were children, claiming it was useful for secretarial work, but actually I think because she enjoyed the puzzle of creating different identities through penmanship alone." Inside the brown paper wrapping, nestled in tissue paper that had been folded with the sort of care usually reserved for precious objects, lay a small leather notebook bound with a ribbon that had once been blue but had faded to the colour of winter sky. The notebook itself appeared unremarkable, the sort of thing that secretaries and clerks used for jotting down appointments and observations. But Miss Marple's experienced eye immediately recognised it as the kind of object that people used when they needed to record information that couldn't be trusted to memory, but also couldn't be safely committed to more permanent forms of documentation. "Her working notebook," Mr. Whitmore confirmed, his voice carrying a mixture of relief and apprehension that suggested he understood both the value and the potential danger of whatever information his sister had chosen to share. "She's always kept detailed records of her investigations, but she usually guards them more carefully than her own life." Miss Marple opened the notebook with the gentle reverence due to any document that might contain important truths, her eyes immediately drawn to the neat, precise handwriting that filled page after page with dates, names, financial figures, and observations written in the sort of abbreviated code that experienced investigators developed to protect sensitive information from casual observation. The entries began several months earlier, shortly before the death of Margaret's employer, and documented what appeared to be a complex web of financial irregularities involving several prominent London families, a private bank with connections to government officials, and a series of investment schemes that had apparently been designed to transfer substantial sums of money from unwary clients to the personal accounts of those who had organised the arrangements. "Goodness," Miss Marple murmured, as she read through entries that detailed forged documents, falsified investment records, and what appeared to be systematic theft disguised as legitimate business transactions. "Your sister has been very thorough in documenting these irregularities. This represents months of careful investigation. But it was the final entries in the notebook that caught Miss Marple's particular attention, because they documented not just financial crimes, but what appeared to be a coordinated effort to silence anyone who might threaten to expose the scheme. Names of other investigators who had died in apparent accidents, families who had been intimidated into silence, and officials who had been either bribed or threatened into cooperation, created a picture of corruption that extended well beyond simple financial fraud. "She's identified the entire network," Mr. Whitmore said quietly, his voice carrying the sort of awe that people sometimes expressed when confronted with evidence of their loved one's courage in the face of overwhelming danger. Not just the people who organised the scheme, but everyone who's been helping to protect it. Miss Marple turned to the notebook's final entry, dated just 2 days earlier, the evening before Margaret's arrival at the vicarage. The writing was more hurried than the earlier entries, suggesting that it had been written under circumstances that didn't allow for the usual careful deliberation, but the content was clear enough to understand. "Evidence secured in multiple locations," Miss Marple read aloud. "DW will know where to look when the time comes. Trust the village networks, they see everything but speak only when justice requires it. The game ends where it began, but this time we control the timing." The implications of this final entry were considerable, suggesting that Margaret Whitmore had not only gathered evidence of the corruption, but had also developed a strategy for bringing it to light in ways that would ensure both her own safety and the successful prosecution of those involved. The reference to DW clearly indicated her brother, but the mention of village networks suggested that her choice of St Mary Mead as a temporary refuge had been more strategic than anyone had initially realised. "The game ends where it began," Mr Whitmore repeated thoughtfully, his voice carrying the tone of someone working through a puzzle whose solution required both intellectual analysis and emotional understanding. "That would be London, I suppose, the financial district where she first discovered evidence of the irregularities." Miss Marple considered this interpretation while examining the notebook's careful organisation, noting that Margaret had included not just names and dates, but also detailed instructions for accessing additional evidence that had apparently been hidden in various locations throughout London. It was the work of someone who understood that information was only valuable if it could be safely retrieved and presented to authorities who couldn't be compromised or intimidated. "But why leave the notebook with us?" Miss Marple asked, though her tone suggested she was beginning to understand the answer to her own question. If she's planning to return to London to confront these people directly, surely she would need this evidence herself. "Unless she's planning to use herself as bait," Mr Whitmore replied grimly, his voice carrying the sort of recognition that came from long familiarity with his sister's tendency to take calculated risks in service of larger principles. "She's always believed that sometimes the only way to expose corruption is to force it into the open, even if that means putting oneself in danger to accomplish it." The morning light was strengthening, casting longer shadows across Miss Marple's dining room, and highlighting the careful details of a space that had been arranged to provide both comfort and functionality for someone whose daily life required attention to domestic tasks as well as more complex human dramas. Through the window they could see village life beginning its daily rhythm, Mrs Bantry heading toward the shops with her market basket, Colonel Melchett taking his constitutional walk around the green, and the general sense of purposeful activity that marked morning hours in communities where people understood their roles in maintaining the larger social fabric. But there was something else visible through the window that caught Miss Marple's attention. A black motor car parked near the village green, its presence noteworthy because such vehicles were unusual in St Mary Mead, except when officials or wealthy visitors had business in the area. The car's occupants weren't visible from her vantage point, but something about its positioning suggested surveillance rather than casual visitation. "Mr Whitmore," she said quietly, her voice carrying the sort of careful neutrality that experienced observers learn to use when discussing potentially dangerous developments. "I believe we may have acquired some additional interest in our investigation." He followed her gaze toward the motor car, his expression immediately shifting from thoughtful analysis to alert concern. "They've found the trail," he said simply, confirming Miss Marple's suspicion that Margaret's pursuers had resources and determination that extended well beyond casual inquiry. Then we need to consider whether your sister's strategy included contingencies for exactly this sort of development, Miss Marple replied, her voice carrying the calm authority of someone who understood that panic rarely improved difficult situations. The notebook was sent to us for a reason, and I suspect that reason extends beyond simple safekeeping. She turned to the notebook's back pages, where Margaret had apparently recorded not just evidence, but also detailed instructions for various scenarios that might develop, depending on how quickly her pursuers located her trail. The writing here was even more abbreviated, using codes and references that would be meaningless to anyone who didn't understand Margaret's background and methodology, but the general structure suggested contingency planning that took into account multiple possible outcomes. Here, Miss Marple said, pointing to a series of entries that appeared to outline specific actions to be taken if London interests arrived in rural sanctuary locations. She's anticipated that they would eventually trace her movements, and she's provided instructions for how to handle that development. The instructions were complex but clear, involving the use of village, communication networks to coordinate timing, the strategic revelation of specific pieces of evidence to create confusion among Margaret's pursuers, and what appeared to be a carefully orchestrated plan to draw all the interested parties to a single location where they could be confronted with evidence that would be difficult to dispute or suppress. She's not just using herself as bait, Mr. Whitmore realised, his voice carrying a mixture of admiration and concern that suggested he was beginning to understand the full scope of his sister's strategy. She's using the entire situation as an opportunity to force a resolution that will expose everyone involved while minimising the danger to herself and others. Miss Marple nodded slowly, recognising the elegant complexity of a plan that used apparent weakness, a lone woman fleeing from powerful enemies, to create circumstances that would actually provide strategic advantage. It was the sort of thinking that required both intellectual sophistication and considerable courage, exactly the combination of qualities that Margaret Whitmore had apparently developed through her years of investigative work. The question now, Miss Marple said thoughtfully, is whether we're prepared to play our assigned roles in this carefully orchestrated drama, and whether we can do so effectively enough to ensure that justice is served without anyone getting hurt in the process. The black motor car remained parked near the village green, its presence a reminder that they were no longer simply discussing historical events, but were now actively involved in a situation that could have serious consequences for everyone concerned. But Miss Marple found herself thinking that sometimes the most important battles were indeed fought by people whose names never appeared in official histories, and that small villages like St Mary Mead had their own ways of ensuring that justice prevailed when larger institutions failed to provide adequate protection for those who stood up to corruption and intimidation. The brass military button continued to rest on the white tablecloth between them, its surface reflecting the morning light with the quiet dignity of an object that had witnessed both the cost and the necessity of service to principles larger than personal comfort or safety. And in Margaret Whitmore's careful handwriting spread across the pages of a small leather notebook lay the evidence and instructions that would soon test whether the networks of observation and communication that bound rural communities together could be enlisted in service of justice when justice required it most. The black motor car remained positioned near the village green with the patient menace of a predator that had finally located its quarry but was content to wait for the most advantageous moment to strike. Miss Marple observed it through her lace curtains with the sort of calm attention she might give to studying an interesting but potentially dangerous species of bird that had taken up residence in her garden, noting details of behaviour and positioning that might prove useful when the time came for more direct interaction. David Whitmore had spent the better part of the morning examining his sister's notebook with the methodical thoroughness of someone whose understanding of the situation was evolving from simple concern to strategic appreciation. The complexity of Margaret's planning became more apparent with each page he studied, revealing layers of preparation that suggested months of careful thought about how to transform a position of apparent vulnerability into one of tactical advantage. "She's been 3 steps ahead of everyone from the beginning," he murmured, his voice carrying a mixture of pride and exasperation that seemed characteristic of his relationship with his sister. What appeared to be panicked flight was actually strategic positioning, and what seemed like careless trail leaving was deliberate communication, designed to bring all the interested parties together at a time and place of her choosing. Miss Marple poured fresh tea from the pot she had kept warm on the small spirit stove beside her favourite chair, the domestic rhythm of hospitality providing a comforting counterpoint to the more serious business that was developing around them. The brass military button continued to rest on the small table between them, its presence a tangible reminder of the family principles that had shaped both siblings' approach to questions of duty and justice. Your sister strikes me as someone who understands that information becomes most powerful when it's shared strategically rather than hoarded defensively, Miss Marple observed, settling back in her chair with the comfortable authority of someone who had spent decades watching human dramas unfold in settings that range from drawing rooms to church committees. The question now is whether we can interpret her instructions clearly enough to play our assigned roles effectively. The notebook lay open to a page that outlined what Margaret had labelled as village protocol, a series of steps designed to use rural communication networks to coordinate timing and create confusion among pursuing parties who were presumably unfamiliar with the subtle but efficient ways that information travelled through small communities. The plan was elegant in its simplicity, relying on the natural tendencies of village residents to notice strangers, share observations, and protect community members when circumstances warranted such protection. According to this, Mr. Whitmore said, tracing his finger along lines of his sister's careful handwriting, we're supposed to allow the people in that motor car to believe they're conducting surveillance while actually feeding them information that will draw them away from the village at precisely the right moment to ensure Margaret can accomplish whatever she's planning to do in London. Miss Marple considered this strategy while watching the subtle signs of village life that continued their normal patterns despite the presence of unwelcome observers. Mrs. Bantry was making her way toward the butcher's shop with the determined efficiency of someone whose domestic responsibilities wouldn't be deterred by mysterious motor cars, and Colonel Melchett was conducting his morning inspection of the War Memorial with the dignified attention he brought to all matters of community significance. But she also noticed other details that suggested the villagers' collective awareness of unusual circumstances, the way conversations seemed to pause and shift direction when speakers noticed the motor car's occupants, the subtle changes in walking routes that allowed residents to observe the strangers without appearing to do so directly, and the general atmosphere of alert watchfulness that characterised communities when they sensed potential threats to their peaceful routines. I believe, Miss Marple said thoughtfully, that we should begin by implementing what your sister calls the information garden strategy. If I understand her intentions correctly, we're meant to plant specific details where they can be naturally overheard, allowing our observers to draw conclusions that will serve Margaret's larger purposes. The afternoon post was due to arrive within the hour, providing an excellent opportunity for what Margaret's notebook described as casual intelligence distribution. Miss Marple's position as one of the village's most reliable sources of local information meant that her conversations with the postman were generally observed and often reported, making them ideal vehicles for strategic communication when circumstances required it. Mr. Whitmore studied the relevant section of the notebook with the careful attention of someone learning to decode his sister's particular brand of strategic thinking. She wants us to suggest that she's moved on to the market town of Milchester, staying at the Crown Inn under the name Mrs. Davidson, but the timing has to be precise. The information needs to reach our observers at exactly the right moment to coordinate with whatever she's planning to do in London. This level of detailed coordination suggested that Margaret Whitmore had spent considerable time studying not just the financial crimes she was investigating, but also the behaviour patterns of those who were pursuing her. Miss Marple found herself impressed by the thoroughness of planning that could account for so many variables while maintaining the flexibility necessary to adapt to changing circumstances. Your sister appears to have a remarkable understanding of human nature, Miss Marple observed, turning to a page where Margaret had outlined what she called predator psychology. Detailed notes about how people who used intimidation and violence to protect their interests could be manipulated through carefully managed information and strategic misdirection. The analysis was sophisticated, suggesting someone who had studied not just criminal behaviour, but also the institutional failures that allowed such behaviour to flourish. Margaret had identified patterns in how corrupt networks protected themselves, including their tendency to rely on superior resources rather than superior planning, and their assumption that people who threatened their interests would behave predictably when frightened. "She's counting on their arrogance," Mr. Whitmore realised, his voice carrying the tone of someone who was beginning to see his sister's strategy from an entirely new perspective. They've been successful for so long in intimidating people into silence that they've forgotten how to deal with someone who refuses to be intimidated and actually fights back strategically. The church bells were striking noon when Tommy arrived with the afternoon post, his bicycle wheels crunching on the gravel path that led to Miss Marple's front gate. She had positioned herself in the garden where her conversation with the postman would be naturally audible to anyone conducting surveillance from the village green, and she found herself thinking about the peculiar satisfaction that came from using perfectly innocent daily routines as vehicles for more complex purposes. "Afternoon, Miss Marple," Tommy called cheerfully, dismounting from his bicycle with the efficient movements of someone who had repeated this routine countless times, but still took pride in executing it properly. "Beautiful day for gardening, isn't it? Though I notice we've got some visitors observing our little community. City folk by the look of them, though they don't seem particularly interested in our usual tourist attractions." This opening provided exactly the sort of natural conversational opportunity that Margaret's strategy required, and Miss Marple responded with the sort of casual interest that would be expected from someone who enjoyed staying informed about village happenings, without appearing overly curious about matters that didn't directly concern her. "Oh yes, I noticed the motor car earlier," she replied, accepting the day's letters with a gracious attention, appropriate for someone who understood that postal workers were often valuable sources of community information. "I did wonder if they might be connected to that lady who stayed at the vicarage briefly." Mrs. Clement mentioned that she seemed to be travelling on some sort of business that required discretion. Tommy's expression immediately brightened with the pleased attention of someone who enjoyed being consulted about matters where his professional observations might prove useful. "Funny you should mention that, Miss Marple. I delivered a telegram to the Crown Inn in Milchester this morning, addressed to a Mrs. Davidson. Reminded me of the lady who was here. Same general description, same sort of careful way of speaking when she asked about postal services." This information was precisely what Margaret's strategy required, delivered in exactly the sort of natural context that would make it believable to anyone who might be listening. Miss Marple accepted it with the appropriate level of interest while noting that the motorcar's occupants had indeed positioned themselves to overhear conversations that took place near her garden gate. "How interesting," she murmured, her voice carrying just the right note of curiosity without suggesting any particular significance beyond normal village interest in the movements of temporary residents. "I do hope she's found comfortable accommodations. There's something to be said for the sort of discretion that good country inns can provide when circumstances warrant it." The conversation continued for several more minutes, covering the usual range of topics that characterised interactions between villagers and their postal workers: weather, local news, minor gossip, and the general observations that help maintain the social fabric of rural communities. But woven throughout the apparently casual exchange were the specific details that Margaret's notebook had identified as necessary for the next phase of her strategy. By the time Tommy departed on his bicycle, whistling the sort of cheerful tune that marked him as someone who took genuine pleasure in his work, the occupants of the black motor car had received enough strategically planted information to draw them away from St. Mary Mead at precisely the moment when their departure would serve Margaret's larger purposes. Mr. Whitmore had observed this performance from Miss Marple's sitting-room window, his expression reflecting growing appreciation for both his sister's strategic sophistication and Miss Marple's natural talent for the sort of subtle manipulation that rural communities had been using to manage difficult situations for centuries. "Remarkable," he said quietly as Miss Marple rejoined him inside the cottage. "I'm beginning to understand why Margaret chose this particular village for her temporary sanctuary. You have networks here that city people simply don't comprehend, don't you?" Miss Marple's smile was gentle but knowing, reflecting years of experience with the ways that small communities could mobilise their collective resources when circumstances required protection or justice that larger institutions failed to provide. We've learned over the generations that sometimes the most effective way to deal with unpleasant visitors is to give them exactly what they think they want, but in ways that serve our purposes rather than theirs. The afternoon was advancing toward evening, casting longer shadows across the village green and creating the sort of golden light that transformed even the most ordinary English countryside into something that resembled a painting by one of the better landscape artists. The black motor car remained in position, but its occupant's attention seemed to be shifting toward preparations for departure rather than continued surveillance. According to Margaret's notebook, this was the crucial moment when all the carefully orchestrated elements of her strategy would either succeed in creating the conditions she needed for her final confrontation with the corruption network, or fail in ways that could put everyone involved in serious danger. The timing had to be precise, the coordination flawless, and the execution carried out by people who understood their roles without necessarily comprehending the full scope of the operation. "Your sister has essentially created a stage play with multiple acts," Miss Marple observed, turning to the notebook's final pages where Margaret had outlined what she called London Resolution Protocol. "We've been performing Act 1 here in the village, getting our audience properly positioned and motivated. Act 2 will take place when they follow the false trail to Milchester, and Act 3 will happen in London, where she's apparently arranged for all the interested parties to converge at a location where she can present her evidence to authorities who can't be bought or intimidated," Mr. Whitmore finished, his voice carrying a mixture of admiration and anxiety that suggested he was beginning to fully appreciate both the elegance and the risk of his sister's plan. The notebook's final entries outlined a complex scheme involving simultaneous meetings with financial investigators, parliamentary officials, and newspaper reporters, all arranged through intermediaries who didn't know they were participating in a coordinated operation. Margaret had apparently spent months identifying incorruptible individuals within various institutions, developing methods for approaching them that would ensure both their attention and their protection from retaliation. She's not just exposing the corruption, Miss Marple realised. Studying the detailed organisational charts that Margaret had included in her planning materials. She's creating a situation where multiple independent authorities will be presented with evidence simultaneously, making it impossible for the corrupt network to silence or intimidate everyone involved. The strategy was ambitious to the point of audacity, requiring perfect timing and flawless execution across multiple locations and institutions, but it also represented the sort of comprehensive approach to justice that might actually succeed where more conventional methods had failed, precisely because it anticipated and countered the methods that corrupt networks typically use to protect themselves. As the afternoon light continued to fade toward evening, the occupants of the black motor car finally showed signs of preparing to depart, their patient surveillance apparently rewarded with the information they had been seeking. Miss Marple watched their preparations with the sort of careful attention she might give to observing any natural phenomenon whose outcome would affect the larger ecosystem of her peaceful village. "They're leaving," Mr. Whitmore observed, his voice carrying relief tempered by the understanding that their departure marked not the end of the drama, but the beginning of its most crucial phase. "Which means Margaret's strategy is proceeding according to plan." Miss Marple nodded, but her expression remained thoughtful as she considered the implications of what they had set in motion. "Yes, but it also means that from this point forward, we'll have no way of knowing whether she's succeeded until the outcome becomes public knowledge. We've played our part in the village act of this drama, but the most important scenes will take place on stages where we can't observe or assist." The black motor car finally departed the village green with the sort of purposeful acceleration that suggested its occupants believed they were pursuing a promising lead. The sound of its engine faded into the distance, leaving behind the peaceful evening sounds that had marked the end of countless days in St. Mary Mead, the lowing of cattle being brought in from pasture, the distant sound of church bells marking Vespers, and the general atmosphere of rural tranquillity that made such villages seem like refuges from the complexities and dangers of the larger world. But Miss Marple found herself thinking that sometimes the most important battles for justice were indeed fought by people whose courage allowed them to use apparent weakness as strategic strength, and whose understanding of human nature enabled them to turn the very systems designed to protect corruption into weapons for exposing it. Margaret Whitmore's plan represented exactly the sort of sophisticated resistance that might actually succeed where more conventional approaches had failed. The brass military button caught the last rays of afternoon sunlight streaming through Miss Marple's sitting-room window, its surface gleaming with the quiet dignity of an object that had witnessed generations of service to principles larger than personal comfort or safety. And in the peaceful silence that followed the departure of unwelcome visitors, both Miss Marple and David Whitmore found themselves hoping that family traditions of duty and service would prove strong enough to carry Margaret safely through whatever challenges awaited her in the urban battleground, where corruption and justice would finally meet in open conflict. The evening settled over St Mary Mead with the gentle finality of a curtain falling on the first act of a complex drama, leaving the audience to wait with hope and apprehension for news of how the remaining acts would unfold in distant theatres where the stakes were higher and the outcome would determine not just individual fates, but the larger question of whether justice could still prevail when good people found the courage to stand against institutional corruption and organised intimidation. 3 weeks had passed since the departure of the black motor car from St Mary Mead, and the village had settled back into its familiar rhythms with the sort of gentle completeness that suggested even the most dramatic events could be absorbed into the larger patterns of rural life without leaving permanent disruption in their wake. Miss Marple sat in her garden on a particularly fine September morning, the late roses releasing their fragrance into air that carried the first hints of autumn's approach, while her mind wandered through the comfortable territory of domestic concerns and the more complex landscape of human nature that had always provided her most engaging occupation. The Morning Post had brought news that was both expected and deeply satisfying. A brief article in the Times, buried among the financial reports but unmistakable in its significance to those who understood what to look for. Parliamentary Committee announces investigation into financial irregularities, the headline read, followed by details that carefully avoided sensationalism, while making it clear that several prominent London firms were facing serious scrutiny regarding their investment practices and their relationships with certain government officials. David Whitmore had stayed in the village longer than either of them had initially expected, partly because he was waiting for definitive news about his sister's safety, but also, Miss Marple suspected, because he had discovered that rural life offered a kind of peace that his more urban existence had failed to provide. He had taken temporary lodging at the vicarage, where Mrs. Clement's natural hospitality had expanded to include someone whose circumstances required both sanctuary and understanding, without too many questions about details that might be better left unexplored. The newspapers are being remarkably restrained in their coverage, Mr. Whitmore observed, as they shared their morning tea in Miss Marple's garden, the familiar domestic ritual having become a pleasant routine that allowed them to discuss developments without attracting the sort of attention that more formal meetings might have generated. But reading between the lines, it appears that Margaret's strategy has succeeded beyond even her most optimistic projections. Miss Marple smiled with the quiet satisfaction of someone whose faith in both human courage and divine justice had been vindicated by events that proved good planning and moral determination could indeed triumph over corruption and intimidation. Your sister appears to have understood something that her opponents failed to appreciate, that institutions may be corrupted by individual actors, but they retain mechanisms for self-correction when those mechanisms are activated by people who understand how to work within them effectively. The brass military button had found a permanent place on Miss Marple's mantelpiece, where it rested beside other small treasures that mark significant moments in her long observation of human nature. Mr. Whitmore had suggested that she keep it as a token of appreciation for her role in Margaret's complex strategy, and she had accepted it with the understanding that some objects became more valuable through the stories they witnessed than through their intrinsic worth. According to the careful reports that had begun appearing in various newspapers over the past week, The corruption network that Margaret had been investigating had effectively collapsed under the weight of simultaneous investigations by multiple authorities. The coordination that had made the network powerful when used for criminal purposes had become a vulnerability when honest investigators began sharing information and resources in ways that made concealment or intimidation impossible. 7 arrests so far, Mr. Whitmore continued, consulting the small notebook where he had been tracking the public developments with a methodical attention that seemed to run in the family, including 3 bank officials, 2 members of Parliament, and the private investigator who apparently replaced Margaret's murdered employer. The newspapers are calling it the largest financial scandal since the South Sea bubble, though they're being careful not to sensationalise the violence that was used to protect the scheme. Miss Marple appreciated this restraint, understanding that responsible journalism served justice better than melodramatic reporting that might interfere with ongoing legal proceedings or put additional people at risk. Margaret's strategy had apparently included careful cultivation of newspaper editors who could be trusted to present information in ways that served the public interest, without compromising the safety of those who had provided evidence at considerable personal risk. The garden around them showed the gentle signs of seasonal transition that mark September in the English countryside. Roses beginning their second bloom, late summer flowers reaching toward the strengthening sun, and the subtle changes in light and shadow that suggested the approach of autumn's more contemplative season. Miss Marple found herself thinking that there was something deeply satisfying about observing these natural cycles while contemplating human dramas that had reached their own form of seasonal resolution. And Margaret herself, Miss Marple inquired gently, though her tone suggested she already suspected the answer based on Mr. Whitmore's increasingly relaxed demeanour over the past several days. "Safe," he replied, with the sort of relief that comes after weeks of carefully managed anxiety. "According to the brief message I received through the solicitor she's been working with, she's currently giving testimony to various official committees in circumstances that provide both protection and the opportunity to present her evidence comprehensively. The people who were pursuing her are now too occupied with their own legal difficulties to pose any continuing threat." This news provided exactly the sort of resolution that Miss Marple had been hoping for since their investigation began. Justice achieved through courage and intelligence rather than violence, safety secured through careful planning rather than lucky accident, and truth revealed through patient work rather than dramatic confrontation. It was the sort of outcome that reinforced her faith in both human nature and the possibility of positive change when good people chose to act on their convictions. The morning was advancing toward the sort of golden brightness that made even the most ordinary English countryside seem touched by magic, and Miss Marple found herself observing the way light moved through the leaves of the old oak tree that shaded one corner of her garden. There was something hypnotic about watching the play of shadow and sunshine, the gentle movement that suggested both constancy and change, permanence and adaptation. "Your sister's notebook mentioned something about the art of forgetting," Miss Marple said thoughtfully, recalling a phrase that had appeared in one of Margaret's more philosophical entries. "I've been wondering what she meant by that particular observation." Mr. Whitmore considered this question while watching a family of sparrows conduct their busy morning business among the rose bushes, their cheerful efficiency a reminder that life continued its essential patterns even when human dramas created temporary disruptions in the larger order of things. "I think she was referring to the way that communities and individuals sometimes need to let go of traumatic experiences in order to move forward productively," he said slowly, his voice carrying the thoughtful tone of someone who had been considering similar questions. Not forgetting in the sense of ignoring or denying what happened, but forgetting in the sense of not allowing past difficulties to determine future possibilities. This interpretation struck Miss Marple as both wise and characteristic of someone who had learned to balance justice-seeking with practical wisdom about how much energy should be devoted to past wrongs versus future opportunities. Margaret's strategy had apparently included not just plans for exposing corruption, but also consideration of how to move beyond the exposure toward more constructive engagement with life's ongoing challenges. The village around them continued its peaceful business of daily existence, Mrs. Bantry tending to her prized dahlias, Colonel Melchett conducting his morning inspection of the war memorial, and the general atmosphere of rural tranquillity that made St Mary Mead seem like a refuge from the complexities and dangers that characterised life in more urban environments. But Miss Marple understood that this tranquillity was not the result of isolation from larger conflicts, but rather the outcome of communities that had learned how to absorb difficult experiences without being permanently damaged by them. "I've been thinking about village networks," she said, settling more comfortably in her garden chair as the morning sun reached the perfect angle for warming without overheating. "The way information travels through rural communities, how decisions get made collectively without formal meetings or official procedures. Your sister understood something about these networks that her opponents completely missed." Mr. Whitmore nodded, his expression reflecting growing appreciation for the sophisticated social structures that operated beneath the seemingly simple surface of village life. She realised that people who rely on intimidation and institutional corruption have no defence against communities that operate through trust and mutual support. They can corrupt official systems, but they can't penetrate networks that are based on personal relationships and shared values. This observation captured something essential about the difference between power that was imposed from above through fear or manipulation and influence that emerged naturally from below through genuine understanding and mutual respect. Margaret's strategy had succeeded partly because it had aligned itself with community values, rather than trying to work against them, understanding that rural networks would mobilise to protect justice when justice needed protection. The afternoon post arrived with its usual punctuality, delivered by Tommy with the cheerful efficiency that marked him as someone who understood his role in maintaining the communication systems that held rural communities together. Miss Marple accepted the day's letters with the gracious attention that she brought to all social interactions, but her mind was caught by a small package wrapped in familiar brown paper and tied with string that had once been blue. "Another delivery from your sister?" she asked Mr. Whitmore, though her tone suggested she already knew the answer. Inside the careful wrapping lay the missing pearl grey glove, cleaned and mended where necessary, accompanied by a brief note written in Margaret's precise handwriting. "For Miss Marple, with gratitude for sanctuary provided and wisdom shared. Some gloves are meant to be kept as pairs, but others serve their purpose better when allowed to find new homes where they can be useful rather than ornamental. M.W." The note was characteristic of Margaret's tendency toward symbolic communication, but its meaning was clear enough to understand. The pearl grey glove had served its purpose as a message and a clue, but now it was being offered as a gift that acknowledged the role Miss Marple had played in ensuring that justice was achieved through community cooperation rather than individual heroics. "She's always been thoughtful about acknowledging help received," Mr. Whitmore said quietly, his voice carrying the warm affection that characterised his feelings toward his sister, despite their occasional disagreements about methodology. "But I think this gesture represents something more than simple gratitude. She's recognising that the sort of justice she achieved required not just individual courage, but community support." Miss Marple examined the glove with the careful attention she might give to any object that carried both practical and symbolic significance. The leather was indeed beautiful, soft and well cared for despite obvious use, and the fit suggested hands that were both capable and refined. But more importantly, it represented the sort of thoughtful consideration that people showed when they understood that gifts were most meaningful when they acknowledged shared experiences and mutual respect. "I shall treasure it," she said simply, understanding that Margaret's gesture was meant to mark not just the end of one particular investigation, but also the beginning of whatever ongoing connection might develop between people who had worked together toward common goals despite very different backgrounds and circumstances. The afternoon was advancing toward evening with a sort of gradual transition that made English summer days seem to stretch on indefinitely, though the subtle changes in light and shadow suggested that autumn was approaching with its own particular beauty and seasonal satisfactions. Miss Marple found herself thinking about the cycles of crisis and resolution that characterise both individual lives and community experiences, the way dramatic events could be absorbed into larger patterns without losing their significance or their lessons. "What will you do now?" she asked Mr. Whitmore, though her tone suggested genuine curiosity rather than polite conversation. "Will you return to London, or have you discovered that rural life has attractions that urban existence doesn't provide?" His smile suggested that this question had been occupying his thoughts for some time. "I think I may stay in the area for a while longer," he said slowly, his voice carrying the thoughtful tone of someone who was still working through possibilities rather than announcing firm decisions. "The vicar has mentioned that the church needs someone to help organise their historical records, and I find myself interested in learning more about the ways that rural communities maintain their traditions while adapting to changing circumstances." This decision struck Miss Marple as both practical and appropriate, suggesting that the events of the past few weeks had provided Mr. Whitmore with insights into community life that he wanted to explore more thoroughly. The Church Records project would give him meaningful work while allowing him to contribute to the preservation of local history, exactly the sort of engagement that communities valued from temporary residents who might become permanent neighbours. The evening was settling over St. Mary Mead with the gentle completeness that characterised the end of summer days in English villages, where the rhythms of daily life created a sense of continuity that connected present moments to centuries of similar evenings when other people had sat in gardens, watched the light fade toward darkness, and contemplated the mysteries and satisfactions of human existence in all its complexity. "Your sister's story will become part of village memory," Miss Marple observed, watching the first stars become visible in the deepening sky. Not the dramatic details, perhaps, but the essential elements: the courage to stand up for justice, the intelligence to find ways around institutional obstacles, and the wisdom to understand that individual actions become most effective when they align with community values. Mr. Whitmore nodded, understanding that Margaret's temporary presence in St. Mary Mead had created the sort of story that rural communities preserved not through formal documentation, but through the informal networks of memory and conversation that passed essential truths from one generation to the next. The brass military button caught the last rays of evening light streaming through Miss Marple's sitting-room window, its surface gleaming with the quiet dignity of an object that had witnessed multiple generations of service to principles larger than personal comfort or convenience. And in the peaceful silence that marked the transition from day to night, both Miss Marple and David Whitmore found themselves thinking about the ways that individual courage and community wisdom could combine to create outcomes that served justice without requiring the sort of dramatic confrontations that damaged everyone involved. The pearl grey glove rested on Miss Marple's mantelpiece beside the military button, two objects that together told a story about family loyalty, moral courage, and the sophisticated planning that had transformed apparent vulnerability into strategic advantage. Margaret Whitmore's investigation had succeeded not just because of her individual abilities, but because she had understood how to enlist community support for justice, when justice needed protection from those who would corrupt or intimidate official institutions. As the evening deepened into night, and the village settled into the peaceful quiet that marked the end of another day in St. Mary Mead, Miss Marple found herself thinking about the art of forgetting that Margaret had mentioned in her notebook. Not forgetting in the sense of ignoring important truths or failing to learn from difficult experiences, but forgetting in the sense of allowing past troubles to find their proper place in the larger story of life's ongoing possibilities. The corruption network that had seemed so powerful and threatening just weeks earlier had been reduced to newspaper articles and legal proceedings, their ability to intimidate and silence replaced by the accountability that came when honest institutions were properly informed and motivated to act. Margaret Whitmore was safe. The evidence she'd gathered was being used to ensure that justice was served, and the village of St. Mary Mead had returned to its peaceful routines with the satisfaction that came from knowing they had played their part in ensuring that good ultimately triumphed over evil. The final entry in Margaret's notebook had included a quote from their military father: "The most important victories are won by soldiers, whose names never appear in official histories, whose contributions can only be measured by the disasters they prevented rather than the glory they achieved." Miss Marple understood that this observation applied not just to Margaret's courage in exposing corruption, but also to the village networks that had provided support when support was needed, the postal workers who had delivered strategic information, and all the other people whose small actions had combined to create the circumstances that made justice possible. In the gentle darkness that settled over St. Mary Mead like a familiar friend, the village slept peacefully with the knowledge that sometimes the most important battles were indeed fought and won by ordinary people who understood that extraordinary circumstances required nothing more than the courage to do what was right, the intelligence to do it effectively, and the wisdom to understand that individual actions became most powerful when they served purposes larger than personal interest. The story of Miss Marple and the phantom guest of the vicarage would become part of village memory, preserved not in official records, but in the informal networks of conversation and shared understanding that connected past experiences to present wisdom, and in years to come, when other difficult situations required community response, people would remember how courage and intelligence could combine with rural networks to achieve justice when justice needed protection from those who would corrupt or intimidate the institutions designed to serve the public good. And so our tale draws to its gentle close, like evening mist settling over the village green of St. Mary Mead, where roses still bloom in cottage gardens, and the church bells still mark the passage of time with their bronze voices carrying across centuries of human stories, both grand and quiet, dramatic and peaceful. Miss Marple sits in her garden still, tending to flowers that understand the seasons of growth and rest, of blooming and patient waiting. The pearl-grey glove rests on her mantelpiece beside the brass military button, two small objects that hold the memory of courage meeting wisdom, of individual determination, finding strength in community networks that operate through trust rather than fear, through understanding rather than intimidation. Margaret Whitmore's phantom presence in the vicarage guest room has become part of village memory now. Not the dramatic details that filled newspaper headlines for a brief time, but the essential truth that justice sometimes requires the sort of careful planning and community cooperation that rural networks have been providing for centuries, whenever good people needed protection and support to stand against those who would corrupt the institutions meant to serve everyone's welfare. David Whitmore has found his place among the church records and village rhythms, learning that some of life's most satisfying work happens quietly, in the spaces between grand gestures, where patience and attention to detail create the foundations that make dramatic moments possible when circumstances require them. The village sleeps peacefully tonight, as it has for countless nights before, and will for countless nights to come, secure in the knowledge that when justice needs protection, when courage requires support, when individual determination must be strengthened by community wisdom, the networks are there, patient and reliable as the turning of seasons, as the rising and setting of the sun over English countryside that has witnessed so much human drama while maintaining its essential peace. In St. Mary Mead, where Miss Marple tends her roses and observes the gentle complexities of human nature, with the understanding that comes from years of watching how courage and kindness can combine to create outcomes that serve the greater good, the art of living continues its quiet work, preserving what deserves preservation, adapting what needs adaptation, and always maintaining faith that good people, working together with intelligence and determination, can ensure that justice and mercy find their proper places in the world. Sleep well, knowing that in villages like St. Mary Mead, in communities bound together by understanding rather than fear, by cooperation rather than competition, the watch continues. Patient observers tend their gardens and share their wisdom, ready to provide sanctuary when sanctuary is needed, support when support serves justice, and the sort of quiet courage that ensures the best of human nature prevails when darkness threatens to overwhelm the light. The stars shine over English countryside tonight as they have for millennia, witnessing the endless cycle of human struggles and triumphs, individual stories and community support, dramatic moments and peaceful resolutions that together create the tapestry of existence in all its complex beauty. Rest now, in the peace that comes from knowing that justice endures, that courage finds its rewards, that communities preserve what matters most across the generations, and that sometimes the most important victories are won by ordinary people who understand that extraordinary love and wisdom are always available to those who choose to cultivate them in gardens of the heart, in villages of the spirit, in the timeless country of human kindness. Thank you for joining me tonight in St Mary Mead, where Miss Marple's roses bloom eternal, and the phantom guest's courage echoes still in the gentle evening air. Until our paths cross again in the realm of sleep and dreams and the stories that connect us all across time and distance, may your rest be peaceful and your dreams be filled with the quiet satisfaction that comes from understanding that goodness endures, that justice finds its way, and that love, in all its forms, remains the most powerful force in the universe. Sweet dreams, dear listener, sweet dreams.